there. How's it going? Sorry, it's been a while. Hello, Turf, good evening. Thanks for joining. Hello, Cosmic Ray. Yeah, it's been over 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. Got crazy hair around the headphones. All right. I'm not sure that's better. Hello, Otto. Good evening. Yeah, it's been 2.5 weeks. The weather's been lousy here, and at Starfront. It's been lousy a lot of places, but it's kind of here I haven't been able to live observing stream, but I've been putting my time to good use, so we'll get to that in a little bit. But I've got the S30 outside here, the S50 at Starfront, the briefs are open, and I also have my refractor out in the backyard. So let me switch to, there we go. So don't tell me is that a artifact or is that clouds? I would just figure. Although I think it said at Starfront that there would be scattered clouds tonight, but so let's look over the last half hour. Let's see what's going up. Oh. That's weird. Music is up high, can't hear me. Let me drop it down a little bit more. Doesn't seem any higher than usual. Hello, Corin. Good evening. Thanks from Barbados. Oh, that's cool. Music's a tad loud. Let me check something here. How can I check this? Oh, okay, it's much better. Okay. Okay. Yeah, just let me know if it's still okay. Yeah, just let me know if it's okay, because anyway, so let's see. So this is the last half hour at Starfront. Just trying to see if what we're seeing is clouds or something else. Because sometimes the moon's so bright it causes... Oh, no, it's clouds. That's fine. Well, it's clear here, so... Music is still loud. Or... Wait, let me... Yeah. How about that? Unfortunately, I don't have a good way of... Can I actually do this without causing feedback? Hold on, let me try something real quick. I mean, I haven't streamed from this computer in a while, so and I did reboot it, so maybe that was my mistake, was to reboot it. I don't think this will cause any feedback issues. Testing 1, 2, 3. That's weird. Well, at this point, I'm just going to decrease the volume of the music a bit more. Way better. Okay. That's very weird. See, I used to do these kind of unlisted live streams. Yeah, I used to do unlisted live streams that I would test out these kind of issues. But anyway, cool. All right. So, spectroheliograph images. I'll get to that in a bit. But man, look at the clouds coming in at Starfront. I'm going to go ahead and kick off the alignment here, and we'll see if it actually works or not at Starfront. I'm just going to kick it off, and then we're going to get to the other, to the S30, because I have some things, like I was saying, I was trying to take advantage of the lousy weather and make progress on some of the other projects I'd been working on, or software I'd been working on that was astronomy oriented. One of the things was that I'd been working on was kind of this. I'd been showing screenshots of it, and I've been showing it on stream, this kind of astronomy to do planner kind of thing, and also an astronomy observation log, and I'd been making some progress on both of those. I also had been working on, I did some work on some serial scripts, which I'll show in a moment, in a little bit later. And for a long time, I've been wanting to make some changes to ALP. It was a year ago this month that I made my first commit to the ALP project, adding some of the, some web interface code. And then over the ensuing months, I, added to it. A lot of other people added to it. And I built the live view, which for some people is, I know for me is one of the main interfaces, the main ways that some people, it's the main way they use ALP. Others, they use other parts of it. But for me, it's also one of the main ways I use it. And the problem is, I've been wanting to make changes to it for a long time. And so I decided to, XP thing I see in chat. Oh, are you talking about like the number 1, number 2 thing? Hello, Wiley site. Good evening. Yeah. So they have, if you, it wasn't, I haven't streamed in a while. It must be it's a new feature they added or started rolling out. If you click on the number, at least, or for me, if I click on the number or in the upper right, it has a community leaderboard. And, I guess it is based on who has posted, how much they've or chatted. I don't know if it's something you can turn off or customize or what, but I just noticed it when I was getting going, and now that people are chatting, I see it on some people's. Yeah, I know how to game the system. Exactly. Yeah, you're number 1 right now. I got you. You did at the beginning. That was the funny thing. You had it. You were number 1 at the very beginning of the stream. And then Turf was, and then Otto, and then Star Traveler. Yeah, D Crown. Yeah, it's weird. Like I say, it was something that just showed up. I mean, it must have been rolled out since I last streamed. It's, so this failed. That's fine. We'll move on, and I'll kind of work on this in the background. But deflowering, hopefully not. So one of the things I'd been working on was a new replacement, or kind of rethink. There'd been some changes I wanted to make to ALP, specifically to the live view screen, and I'd been wanting to do it for a while. And I had talked to Wiley Sight, and I was like, yeah, I'm thinking of changing the way the code is written to make it more responsive. But I was afraid it was different from the way the web interface had been built so far. Anyway, he's like, you're the only one who makes changes to it. So I was like, oh, right. So I might as well just start over with it. And so I kind of started in a isolated repo so people didn't stumble across it and break it when I'm still kind of working through a lot of things. But I've been making some good progress because I'd had a bunch of cloudy weather. All that Hail King, kiss my ring. Nice. So anyway, let me, so I have the, on the S30, I have it pointing at the moon. I pointed at the moon because it was, bright enough. I mean, it was before sun, it was during twilight, and it was visible. So I figured it would be good to start with that. But so this is the app, and I was showing this on. I actually ended up adding a bunch of this functionality. It was basically just the shell of the UI. Nope. So this is the new web interface I've been messing around with. Right now it's using the, I'm gonna have to reload this. I've been using the some of the same backend code, but then definitely some new stuff, a lot of new stuff. I kind of got a little carried away. I mean, a lot of it, this was, I mean, it can be, people can overstate it, but a lot of this was AI augmented as far as me being able to crank out a lot more JavaScript than I typically would be able to, because some of it it's kind of like structural boilerplate, where it's like I need a a dialog box that's draggable, and I need certain other visual elements, and these are like, a lot of them are standard, but it just takes time to implement, and so the AI was able to like kind of get a big chunk of it. A lot of it was broken and I had to fix it, but it kind of let me iterate a lot more quickly on the design. And so yeah, it's I don't need any mood. I'll move on to something else, don't worry. But yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's very tedious. Yeah, it's thanks. So it's got a lot going on here, and this is just the first cut. I had built the UI, but I hadn't actually started hooking it up, and I did it on Discord, and I might end up doing some of it today. But if you look at, like, at the top here, you've got, battery indicator. This is live. This is all new code, a new backend. The visuals are the old backend, but you don't need to have like a separate plugin, a zoom plugin. Now you can zoom in, and I thought I'd fix that where it doesn't zoom past the end of the image. But anyway, it's still a work in progress, but you can kind of see the idea where you can zoom out, zoom in, and these are live values for the battery and the temperature. This is the disk usage. It's a bogus value. I haven't hooked that up yet. And I have, this is the number of stacked and dropped frames. And this is pulling, I just pointed at the URL of my all sky camera, and this is refreshing every 30 seconds. It says 30 frames per second, but that's not true. Yeah, it seems like, well, it also doesn't help that it's, 90 degrees Fahrenheit outside. That doesn't help. It won't be long enough for the fancy. Yeah, hello, Cheap Astro. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, glad to see you. But yeah, so this is it's again. I think it was yesterday. I literally got this hooked up, so I'm hoping to make some more progress over the weekend, because it looks like it's going to be clear over the weekend, and kind of wire up some more things, just to give you a sneak preview of some of the other stuff. Like right now I have to control it with the app, but there are widgets here for being able to control the scope. Actually, I can make it, you can also make it smaller. Again, I feel like I kind of went overboard on it, but and you can change what camera, and right now it only does, it's hardwired for all sky, but my plan was if you have an S30, you could bring up the secondary camera on this picture-in-picture. But yeah, these controls aren't hooked up to anything, but the fact that they exist, I should be able to hook them up pretty easily. And then the environment thing is just like, again, this isn't hooked up to anything, and part of me deciding to go forward more quickly with getting this in a workable state is my Seestar at Starfront. There's this weird issue where if you have it plugged in all the time, it can start draining. I don't know what triggers it, but it can start draining even though it says it's plugged in. It acknowledges it's plugged in, but it won't charge. And it's not a temperature thing. It'll just stop charging. And it had happened to me twice before, and I caught it before it happened. I ended up rebooting it, rebooting the Seestar, and it started charging again. I didn't catch it a few days ago, and it lost power. And so I'm like, I need to move forward with this, and I'm going to add the battery so I can more actively see that it's draining. And it also will change this icon if it's charging, or if it's charged, it'll change that. But yeah, it's very early days, but hopefully I'm not ready for feedback yet on it, just because I'm still trying to get some of the minimal functionality working. But I think once I get the controls in place, I'm definitely, it's in a repo right now that's kind of, I think it's a public repo, but it's not ready to be consumed because it's like in a couple different repos. Eventually my plan is to try to get it into the ALP repo so that it becomes like the default default interface, but the default live view, but I'm not quite there yet. Ordered a Jouet and Peer extension. Nice. Yeah, hit the like button. Congrats, yeah. Hello, Fish and Football in Space. Welcome. Oh, wow, nice. Want a gold crown, not a purple crown. Nice. Nice. All right. So, what was I going to do next on this? I think I was going to point this at something else. Yeah. Yeah. I got a couple of those too. I got a couple of gold crowns. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it was, I won't go into it. I don't know if it was not looking after my teeth or if it was, I don't know. Anyway, it's all that UFC, all those UFC matches I fight in. Okay, let's see what else we can get in the sky. Oh, it's already 10. Well, I was doing this yesterday, so I think I'm going to try this again. I'm going to go to... Do I want to go to that one? I'm thinking I might... I'm looking for things that are as far away as possible from the moon. Oh. Let's see. Well, let me just start with, and like I was saying, I don't yet have the ability to control this, so I have to do it from the app right now. So we'll do that right now. Stargazing, and see, it's stopped. Stopped the imaging, and yeah, I'll do M13, and we'll go. So hopefully that'll find that quickly. Due to a bad dentist. Can't find the moon. That's weird. Well, sometimes it doesn't. I've had mixed luck finding the moon and sun with the Seestar sometimes, especially if it's not completely dark. Well, I mean, the sun, it won't be completely dark, but that would be difficult. But with the moon, yeah, I've had it, and then like it'll make me do compass calibrations if you're using the app. I've had that issue. Plate solves, yeah. Jaws from the, yeah, that would be funny. Like you're redoing a network or something like that, and they're like, "Do you need a cable cutter?" It's like, "No, I got this." Not a ground flower pot. Rather have a flower pot. The Seestar cannot plate solve the moon. Because, yeah. But it does recognize it if sometimes, like if it's within the frame. So then you can get manually. Yeah, wire crimpers. Didn't believe when Forrester was young. Yeah, no, we always had, we always did, I always had, let me see. Okay. So again, this is still a work in progress. Let me see. So one thing you notice, whoa, it didn't do that. Oh, let me check something. Hold on a second, I just... Okay. All right. Yeah, okay. So one thing you notice, it actually does, it puts the target up here at the top. So I'm not going to necessarily keep the picture-in-picture going, but it's still there. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, you can minimize it too. So I could have this and bring it back, make it large, get rid of the, I need to make it not default to having the crosshairs because I don't ever use the crosshairs, and then I can collapse it so it's there. Oh, I went to the target and I forgot it. I have to start imaging it. So let's start imaging that. I think it has to do the dark calibration. first. No, it doesn't. So it should start updating. Okay. Yeah, and see, you can see it's got one stacked frame, no drops. So I'm just going to keep that going. Your incisors just had all the gauges. Met a girl with braces. Oh, good evening, Dark Shades. Hello. Yeah, just tell me what Wednesday, I'll go live. No, thanks for joining, Astro Chris. Appreciate it. Good to see you. But yeah, so this, so 5 frames hasn't dropped anything. So let me zoom in a bit. Oh, and then the other thing it has, besides being able to zoom in, you can rotate it, so we can have it not lose as much of the frame. There we go. So let me go look to see if I can figure out. Oh man. Well, Starfront might be temporarily not in the cards. That looks pretty brutal. That's kind of frustrating. Again, it was, and this is the way it's been recently here. It's been clear, and then yeah, just like clear for an hour, clear for half an hour. Let me, I forget. Let me, yeah, Cosmic Ray is streaming in Discord. So I'll put that to the side there. Cool. Do they have tornadoes? Yeah, it's they do, and there were some some pretty rough weather. They do say that you should insure your own scope. Like, I'm sure they, I mean, I'm sure they have insurance, like standard business insurance, but as far as like all of the scopes they mention, like, because that would be hard otherwise, you know, if somebody you pay based on the size of the scope, not the cost of it. So it really wouldn't be, it would, like, either the people who had the expensive scopes would be subsidized by other people, or they wouldn't be covered enough. So I guess they avoid the whole thing and just say you should get your own insurance, like under homeowners insurance. Yeah, I mean, this is with the S30, so, and this is here, so. Taco Fest, awesome. Well, that's cool. Texas Taco Fest. That's neat. That's not too far from where I live. I mean, I live inside 610, so Discover Green's For those who aren't aware, it's like a urban park. It's not a huge park. I mean, it's not like a central park, but it's a nice park, and they have a lot of different things there. They do festivals there. They have like a playground for kids, and in one area, I think they do concerts there. It's right next to the convention center, and it's right next to it's downtown Houston, so in the central business district. So there's like some condo buildings nearby and stuff. Wow, $50. But if it's one of those things where it's like all you can eat, that's pretty cool. I mean, it's like get a little bit of everything. It would be hard to do that otherwise. Proper carne, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That would be, yeah. But yeah, they were saying basically on your homeowner's policy. Because a lot of times you can either get a rider where it'll cover a certain amount anyway, even if it's not where you are. Like if you're out and about and you have an expensive piece of camera gear or something. Now if you do it professionally, anyway. Yeah. Venus elongation. I can't see Venus right now. And actually, isn't it in the morning sky too, I think? Oh, taco truck in Glasgow. Nice. Nice. All right. So it looks like sorry. Oh, and you can see up here you've got the 33 stacked frames, no drops, 58% battery. Depending on how this battery goes, which is nice, I can watch it real without having to back out. Like the current, you can do it in the app, but that was one of the things in the live view and ALP that I sometimes missed, but definitely ground nutria. That would be exotic. We do have nutria around here. It's a giant rodent-like animal. Wow. That's pretty awesome. That's a lot of tacos. Man, that's cool. That is pretty cool. All right, so the other thing, let me see. Oh, don't want to do that. Okay. So I had pointed the refractor at the moon, but I'll find another target for that. I have it, it's not currently pointing at anything. But since Starfront is seems to be kind of a bust right now, I'll get the refractor going. One thing, it does look promising, fingers crossed, for clear weather tomorrow night and Sunday night, either here or at Starfront. And if that's the case, I'm going to stream every night since it's been a while. But then I'll probably do a daytime stream, which I'll get to that in a minute. Will I be able to remote? Yeah, because I just log into, it's just a Raspberry Pi and I can SSH into it and then update it. I could actually run this code. I should do that, actually. I could run this code on at Starfront. There's no point in doing it tonight if it doesn't clear up, but I can, like, I'm actually running ALP on my laptop and the new UI. They're just on different ports. Like ALP's on 5432, and this is on port 3000. So I can run both of them at the same time. So I might do that. Pete and Diesel. Oh my gosh. Scottish Pete. That's funny. Nebulas is good. So yeah, let me find a target. Bought a bottle of gin yesterday. It was terrible. I don't know. I know people who are like big into gin, but for me, all gin is kind of, it's not terrible. I'll drink it with kind of in a martini or something, but although that said, I was just thinking about how this guy, a friend of mine, and I, he'd gotten, it wasn't a fifth, it was like the bigger a bigger bottle of gin, and we drank like 2/3 of it in an evening. This wasn't, we were both in like our 40s at the time, so it was yeah, weren't young anymore. That's true. Tonic, that would be another combination. It is good mixed, yeah. Yep, and ice. Yep. Yeah. I used to drink a lot of mixed drinks. I don't drink much these days. Yeah, it was, I was trying to find a photo of it. Because I swear I took a photo of it as like the evidence afterwards, where he's like, the next day he's like showing me the bottle. I'm like, wow, we drank a shocking amount of that bottle. I don't know how it happened, but yeah, it was I remembered the evening, but it was a lot of details were fuzzy for some reason. I don't know why. I had a much higher tolerance back then. I would not attempt that now. Really good news or bad news? Yeah. It was worse because I had met him in another city, and I had to get back to my hotel room somehow in like another building. Somehow I managed to make it. I'm fuzzy on the details. I remember leaving. I remember an elevator. I remember waking up the next morning. I don't remember some bits in between there. Gin and juice. Yeah. Anyway, so let me see what I can image. Because one other thing I'd been messing around with, and I don't know if I'll get to it today since I'm using this, but SETI Astro Suite, he just updated it again. But like a week ago, he added live stacking to it, and I'd been kind of testing it or playing around with it using with the Seestar. I had a little script that copied images off the Seestar as it was taking them, and then I was live stacking them in SETI Astro Suite, and it's not too bad. Doesn't have quite like the histogram controls that some live stacking does, but it wasn't bad. And when cannabis was legal, Turf knows what's up. Yeah. I mean, you know, it's okay. Yeah, both seems like a bad idea. Oh, thanks, Astro Chris. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Can't get into paranoia. Yeah, I mean, it's good. No matter what it is, it's good to know your limits. And if you have that kind of thing, you definitely don't. I've known people who, they ended up having to stop because they had, it caused it was something along those lines. So it's not necessarily, take a Havocommian vibe. Ah. Oh wow, nice. Well, that's good. Adams and me never got along. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I generally steered clear of that. And yeah, I drank well, again, that's another story for another day. I generally didn't drink much alcohol. Yeah. Yeah, it's never good. Luckily, I didn't have friends I'm joking. I did have friends in high school, but didn't if they were partying, they definitely left me out of it. No mixing. Yeah. Gin and tonic. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's yeah, like I say, I rarely, I mean, I'll go like months or more than a year without drinking anything. Generally avoided it for several reasons. Hey, Hot Cheeto. These chats are always a good vibe. Well, thanks. Try to be, a little chill. A little, yeah. Well, yeah, that's another. Yeah, it's funny because Texas always was pretty strict about it. Although within, at least the police within a lot of the major cities for years, it wasn't like, I guess their argument was they had other crimes to deal with, so they kind of decriminalized it, but it was still like pretty illegal. But then they ended up passing a bill that ended up kind of having a loophole that arguably, but it was a truck-sized loophole. But now they finally, well, not finally, they ended up undoing it, last week. But anyway, but it's interesting because, like, so many states around here, it's legal, but not here. You thought you were like 45. Well, I mean, it's all relative, yeah, I'm still in my 40s. I've been in my 40s for no, I'm not in my 40s anymore. Sadly, I'm not. It's fun. Cloudy for a few days. That's a bummer. Hello, Vinny. Went to Scotland. Locals were all drinking gin. That's interesting. Yeah, it's kind of, it's weird. I've often thought it's interesting. Like if you kind of take a step back, societies and taboos, or how they might treat one substance but not another. Yeah, but they I don't know how much longer it's gonna keep going, because like they changed the law recently because they're trying to crack down on it, because of course 52, nice. 45 chronologically. 23. Cool. Yeah, what was it? Oh, I haven't done this in a while. If I do my age in hexadecimal, I'm still in my 30s. So, there you go. All right. I keep trying to figure out. Oh, I was like, I'm trying to figure out what I should image next, and I forgot I had written this other thing. You're on the multiple anniversary of your 21st birthday. Or just do it in hexadecimal. Just do it in hexadecimal. Yeah, there's right here. Here's the galaxy. Oops. I forgot. I do have a bug in here. I mean, I just set this up, but if I rotate the image, the drag doesn't go the right direction. But yeah, there's the galaxy. When do we image the Cheeto nebula? Nice. It's dangerously cheesy, bro. Nice. Let me see. All right. So I forgot one of the other things I'd been working on that I don't know if I've showed the latest. I haven't showed the latest on stream, but I have this. Actually, I might have to just get the URL off stream. I'd been working on this astronomy to-do list as part of my kind of astro log, observation log software that I'd been working on. I might end up having to show some of this other stuff on another stream or next stream. But basically, I'd been working on, I'm just going to hide this real quick. But it basically, you can enter an item, it looks it up in Simbad, figures out you can add a note to it, you can edit notes, you can, based on your coordinates or where you are. Wait, am I doing this right? Oh, okay, yeah, just hover over it. It shows you the notes if you hover over it. You can flag items, so then you can say, okay, I want to image these tonight. I can sort by altitude above the horizon, direction, when the peak time is, when it's highest above the horizon. The goal column, it kind of started off one way, but my plan is or my thought is, you can say, okay, I want to do 10 hours on this target, and it'll keep track of it. As you image over multiple nights, it'll say, okay, you've already done 4 hours of it. And that goes into the kind of observation log thing, which is inspired by a script that Stephen Fox showed me that he is in the ALP source code like last year sometime. Yeah, better late than never, but I guess. But anyway, that's kind of where it's headed here. You can, like I say, flag it. You can go, yeah, the goal, observation time. Oh yeah, this one shows you kind of when its peak altitude is, kind of visually, so you can quickly see, you know. But yeah, that's kind of, I've been using this, the half hour I've been able to observe recently, to find things to image. So let's see, what would I want to image? Not sure if I want to image some of these galaxies here, but I think some of the other stuff is too low. LDN. Yeah, I don't think that would be visible. Which one is this one? It's marked down the notes, so you can add a link to things. So again, this is for the refractor. I'm looking. It doesn't remember the sorting. Low surface brightness, that might be a bad idea. That's probably, I think that's a pretty small one. 3718. I think I've imaged that before. I think I'll try that again if I can. So NGC 3718. Okay. Let me look at the chat real quick here. NGC 3338. Let's look that up. Oh, nice. So, cosmic ray has optical double alberio. Cool. That looks neat. Let me, So is the log built into ALP? No. I'm kind of building it. The problem is, so basically how I ended up doing this is I have like a bunch of things I had kind of been moving forward at the same time. I was kind of on a tear the last few, while it was cloudy. I figured I'd try to maximize my, the time and make progress on all these. Because I didn't have, when I was doing live streams, on the weeks where I had like 4 or 5 live streams, the other nights sometimes I was just tired or whatever. Anyhow, so I basically kind of started writing it, and some of them kind of, I had like, I maybe was working on one piece of code and it was convenient to add it to that repository, like maybe it was a personal repository, like in the case of this logbook or the to-do list. It ended up in a place which is not where I want it to be, because it's like a repo that I'm just kind of messing around with. So now that it's in a good state, I was going to pull it out and put it in. There's actually like an Astro logbook repo. So it wasn't going to be an ALP. My plan all along was to make it kind of a separate project, but then basically I wanted it to be able to be run standalone or with in ALP. So I was gonna kind of have it as a kind of a module where I would add it to ALP, so you wouldn't have to do anything extra. It would be part of the new ALP experience. But if you didn't have a Seestar, don't want to use it, don't need ALP, you could still run it standalone, and it would have like the to-do list and kind of this planning stuff, and also kind of tracking your library. So that was the plan. And now that the code's kind of in a good place, I think that's going to be like one of the major next steps, is to lift it. I kind of had paused it because I wanted to make progress on ALP, but that's rapidly progressing, and so yeah. And because it doesn't involve writing new code, it's just moving stuff. It shouldn't be, it's not as intensive to just move it. Yeah, so here's this, here's that galaxy, the faint galaxy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of ideas along those lines. Yeah, I still want to look at the NGCI 3338. And just one thing this doesn't do is it won't tell me if I can even image it. Like if it's behind a building or something, but it's behind a building. I'm going to add it to the list, but if it ends up clearing up at Starfront, I'll try imaging it. So let's see, NGC 3338. Oops. And so recently, Simbad was having issues, and this thing doesn't deal with that well. So I'm not even sure if it's what's going on here. That's weird. Well, I'll have to remember to add that, but I might have broken it while I was making some other changes. Let's get back to the chat. I'm behind on the chat, just catching it. Yeah, Texas is Central Time. Does it collect data from Seestar storage? That is, I mean, as far as you mean, like scanning all the images on your Seestar, if that's what you mean, that was part of the plan. I was kind of, it's what Steven's script does. Like it'll copy the images off. But I was going to have it because what I want to do is be able to kind of import all the data I have into it, for reasons. Plus it would be a good stress test, I think. But to be able to do that, I want to be able to point it at an arbitrary place. So that could be a network drive, could be network, your Seestar, it could be whatever. So that would be the plan. I'm so far behind on the chat. Every image you save every step. Yeah, it's actually funny. I'll have to I may not be able to show it tonight, but the Cyril script I wrote does that. It does it automatically. Big Ben for Geminids, that would be cool. Yeah. Tonight's best. Yeah, that's so kind of this UI I have here, this new ALP UI, as part of the kind of building. Basically, sometimes building the UI can end up being a very time-consuming thing, so I front-loaded it. I did kind of a really over the top UI. Like there's a lot of stuff under the hood that I've commented out so you don't see it. But there were some things along those lines of being able to because that was always the thing for me that I found disruptive. When I was using ALP, I would have to switch screens to look up a target or to go to it or decide. And so my thought was I'm going to fold some of it into this. And I actually have the UI built for it. I just need to figure out how it's going to work. Yeah, Big Bend's West Texas. It's the bend of the Rio Grande. It's kind of the anti-dew mode. Yeah, I should turn on the dew shield or dew thing. Set a full stop after NGC. I'm so far behind on the chat. Ah, good evening, Quantum. How's it going? Oh yeah, don't forget to hit the like button. It does help these live streams a lot. Yeah, same here. And that was part of my motivation for the to-do list, because I get suggestions or I'll run across things, and I'll add them into the to-do list. And that's been helpful because I can go, I've accumulated some things and I can see, okay, this is above the horizon. I can try it out. But yeah, having suggestions, that's, I have thought about that. More than just kind of like, maybe one day. It's something I actively want to add. Liked. Awesome. Great. Thanks. All right. Let me bring back. Cosmic ray is just is imaging M81 and 82 there, and now I don't have any kind of feedback if it does drop a frame, but it would update the count. So far I haven't dropped any frames, which is good. Like I say, the only number here that isn't live is this disk usage. Let's see. So I was, what did I say I was thinking of doing? Let's see if this works now. I'll have to do it some other time. Was it 4395? No. 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 It wasn't 55. It was 3718. Let me see if that one's above the horizon, or not obstructed, I should say. That's one thing I really should. Nope, it's obstructed. It's behind a building. And I should have. That's why I added the compass direction. So even though it's 50 degrees, the fact it's to the northwest. NGC 5560, which is this one. I didn't link to it, but let's see where that is. Let's see. Oh, it's close to the moon. I'm not going to do that. All right. Let's see. Need to start a tofu list. That's funny. Vegan list, yeah. object name has a full stop after NGC. Oh. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Actually. Yeah. I finally figured it. Thanks. Add to list. Maybe that'll actually work. Or is it some other problem? That definitely would have been a problem. That definitely would be a problem. Thanks for pointing that out. Actually, let me see. Yeah. It failed in a different way this time. So I think like I say, Sinbad was having issues recently, and it could be that, or it could be I broke the code. Either one is possible. Make sure to like the video. Yeah, thanks. All right. Well, that's not... I'll let that kind of sit there. But yeah, this is definitely that little galaxy. Oh, so let me see how far I can zoom in here. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I've, like I say, I literally got this working last night, and I have to say I was very happy with the result, because although the zooming plugin worked well, it was just kind of shifting back and forth between things, whereas this way I can kind of zoom in. It's all the same. Well, even if it's some people who watch the stream regularly, sometimes that helps. Like, I don't know what it is about the notifications. Like, sometimes YouTube isn't great about the notifications, and people, there definitely are people who post regularly, but I mean, who you know, they chat. But I do see there'll be a decent number of other people who are not chatting. Because sometimes the count will go up. Like, the people start liking the video, and then the count will spike, and it'll stay up for like a bit of time. So I know it's getting pushed out to other people. Or at least I suspect. Or people who maybe don't regularly watch the videos and maybe never comment. So it does help, because the nights that have the highest like count, like the view numbers tend to go up. Like the like count is like a trailing indicator sometimes. Anyway, it does help. However YouTube figures out who to notify people. Sending cash helps more. That's true. You could just donate money. That works. Yeah. It's the algorithm. Yeah, because I do see this. Like, you can go into like all kinds of analytics, and I don't spend much time in there, but you can see it'll say how people saw the stream. It'll be like, oh, they saw it because of a notification. But then I'll see ones where it'll say that it just showed up on somebody's feed. I know it happens to me all the time. I watch a lot of astronomy videos, shockingly, and I'm always seeing like new creators, sometimes very small ones, that'll show up on my feed. And yeah, so it's yeah. But yeah, so I know that's happening with me because I'll see views that where it says it was like on somebody's list, and that's how they found the video. I wanted to pick on the regulars. Yeah, no, jackaloons. Nice. All right. Okay. So what did I figure here? I figured that 5556 is, or 5560 is not. Yeah, it's failing in a different way now. Some of these are too low, I think. Although, is it? SH2129. Again, for me, the biggest missing thing is that it doesn't take into account my horizon obstructions. Just trying to figure out. Oh, hello, hello, Mundus. Welcome. Thanks for joining. Almost 5 a.m. Wow. Yikes. Feed the algorithm, exactly. Add the ability. Yeah, just piling work. Well, I mean, for my own needs, I really need to be able to do that. I actually, I have some interesting thoughts on that. Yeah. I'm not gonna, it's so pie in the sky, I'm not even gonna mention it right now, but yeah, it's definitely on my list of things to do. Yeah, because this to-do list is great at Starfront because, I'm like, if it's above the horizon more than a certain amount, and if I know the direction, I know it's fair game. Here, it's kind of, I'm having to, like, look it up. I wonder if the Iris Nebula is visible. I could try with the refractor. So let me try that. I mean, I put it out there. I feel like I should use it. Full catalog. NGC 7023. Could just do the, yeah, that's true. It's true. Send it there, and then, okay. All right. So let's go to, see if that works. Cool. Strawberry moon. Nice. One of the full moons. Yes, you actually can. There are. It was part of HTML5 had all these different kind of working group add-ons, and there's yeah, like it has, there's a lot in there. Basically most, I'm pretty sure, yeah, most of the sensors and other things can be accessed through JavaScript these days. Okay. Actually, what I should do, shouldn't have done that. I should go. Sorry, I'm just. Yeah. Yeah, I mean there's what was it called? I think it was like Watt NG. Wasn't it what? Oh, what WG? Like basically they added like there's a Bluetooth. I mean there's like web what do you call it? Like web, there was WebGL and Web GPU, Web Bluetooth, camera. Yeah, there's a lot. I ended up moving the moon back on camera because on the refractor, because reasons. Okay. Okay. Okay, good enough. All right, so I'll go back to the iris. Yeah, I still need to talk about the spectroheliograph. All right. You think this is enough frames for M13? Yeah, probably. Although I am getting more detail in this galaxy, but yeah. I should probably find another target for this. Let's see. Wonder, what do we think of, like, Problem is, it's kind of in that, it's still in this weird, oh. I mean, it's, yeah, it's going to be small, but it would be a good test. So let me go, stop this. Let's rotate back and back and all right. All right, let's try that. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay, cool. And it's got thermal controls on, pre-processing. Okay. Hopefully that one works. And let me see why that isn't. Let me see if I just... Did it not? Did not... oh. Hold on, I'm trying to go to another target. Actually, let me bring the app over here. And let's see if this works. It's kind of an experiment. And again, this is still using the old back end, so it can be a little I wonder if it's still trying to plate solve. Okay, okay. Oh. I always forget that it goes to the target, and if I'm using the app, but it doesn't start imaging. I'm used to using the imaging link on the app, and it goes right. I mean, an ALP, and it goes right. It starts imaging immediately. Yeah, it's enough for him, son. Yeah, that's weird. I think hold on a sec. Yeah, Cosmic Ray, I don't know if your message, I saw it, but I don't think it ended up on the chat, and that wasn't me. I think that was YouTube. Because, I don't know. Okay, so this is working. Cool. So let's go over here. Since it's actually visible, I thought I'd actually try the Ring Nebula. Maybe I don't want to zoom in quite so much. Kind of a noisy mess, but at least it's visible now. Let's see. Oops. Let me. So, Star Traveler has the moon up on Discord. Yeah. Got the moon. The Ring Nebula. It's the only problem is it's not with this particular scope. It's, I mean, with the S30, it's. I don't know if I've actually ever imaged the Ring Nebula with this one. Wanted to give it a try. Okay. All right. Reset. Ooh. Basically, what I made a comment is, I think my flat is bad. My flat might be bad. So I'm trying it with a different flat, and hopefully it doesn't look as bad. Okay, that's a bit better. I'm imaging the Iris Nebula over on the refractor. It's just getting started. Did that happen again? I just got it started here. Hold on a second. Let's see. Sorry, I'm my mini PC crashed again, I think. The one I use for the let me see. I'm sorry. I'm trying to see where nope. All right. Well, at least this is working. All right, let me get back. Let me try. Yeah, basically I think the mini PC locked up, as it sometimes does. Yeah, this will be fine. Yeah, so one of the things, sorry, I had been meaning to talk about was the Spectroheliograph. I had mentioned a few times that I'd been waiting for it to ship, and it shipped, but then took a bit of time, not too much time, and it showed up just a few days ago. And unfortunately, it was cloudy. There were patches of sun during the day, but then it would rain, so I didn't want to put it outside. But this weekend might be good, so I'll probably maybe tomorrow, if it's clear in the middle of the day, I'll probably do another live stream and try out the Spectroheliograph. Because even if it doesn't, at the very, I'll have the H alpha scope out as well, so we'll be able to watch the sun either way. But I did get the software on here on this mini PC to be able to operate the Spectroheliograph. But yeah, that'll be tomorrow, hopefully, first light on that. So I'm really looking forward to that. Might require a bit of it'll probably be a talking one, not here, but I'll probably be sitting out in the backyard trying to get things going. So it'll be a little bit more rough because I'll be outside and audio. We'll see how that works, but that's the plan. If it's clear, Spectroheliograph. Yeah. The moon is not great. Although for me, well, no, I think it is. It's not behind a building yet, but it will be soon, and that does help. I mean, it's always bad here because of the light pollution. Yeah, it's definitely will be a bit of a learning curve, but I'm looking forward to it because the results it produces are amazing. Just that much more detail, and plus it's multi-frequency, so I can do the normal hydrogen alpha, but I'll be able to do other things as well, like calcium line. You can look at Doppler kind of shifts, so you can see which parts of the sun are rotating away and which are towards. There's a whole bunch of stuff, of quite a bit. And I downloaded the software and installed it, and I actually started looking through kind of how I think I started up and was like looking around in the menus and stuff. So we'll see. I'm using the I think JSolex. There's another one that's written in Python, but this other one is written in Java, and some people recommend trying that one out. So that's the first one I'm going to try. Hopefully tomorrow. Yeah, that's so weird that crashed. I really need to get to the bottom of why that happens. On the other hand, the target, I was trying to do the Iris Nebula, and it's kind of a challenge with the light pollution and everything, and the moon. Although it does look nice. It is definitely making the conditions a bit more challenging. All right. Trying to get the refractor back in a reasonable shape. All right. All right. I'm getting back to the chat here. Man, the conditions are still rough at Starfront. That still doesn't look very promising. I mean, the roof's open, but with the moon and those clouds, that I don't know that I'll be getting a lot done there. Sorry. Yeah, what kind of camera? So the Spectroheliograph, let me pull this up. This is the what it looks like. Hold on a second. Come on. All right. Actually, I want to check something real quick here. Give me a sec. It's been such a long time since I streamed. I just want to make sure I don't have the night shift mode on. Okay, cool. So because there had been a bit of a delay, because they were, I mean, you know, they had a bunch of orders, and so I pre-ordered it. Since there was time, they actually were selling. They have, because of kind of optically the geometry, like how big the sun, like you want the sun to fill most of the frame but not all of it. There's certain kinds of cameras that would be better, more suited for it. So you want like a decent pixel density. You want a mono camera, because since there's no point in color, because it's only imaging a single frequency of light at a time anyway. And so they were offering one, and it was it's a TubeTech 678 monochrome, so it's finer pixels. I think it's finer pixels than the I don't even remember what the pixel density was. 678. The pixel density is so it's a 8 megapixel mono sensor. It's a 1/1.8 form factor, and the pixel density is 2 microns. So it's a fairly fine pixel density, and it's 8 megapixels, which is nice, all mono. And anyway, so they included that, or they had it as an option. I hadn't initially ordered it but since there was a delay, I went ahead and added it to the order, since there weren't a lot of TubeTech. There weren't a lot of 678 cameras available anyway. Like if you looked at High Point or like the ZWO or whatever equivalent, they were, you know, waiting for inventory. There wasn't any stock, and since they had some stock in it, I'm like, well, I'll add that. And they also had added a case, so when it shipped, they put everything in the travel case, and that's what you see right here. And this is the 678. So it's that TubeTech blue, and here's the Spectroheliograph. So this whole mechanism will attach to the end of my refractor, and so and because it kind of scans the since it scans the sun kind of linearly, you use the long edge of it, so it's 3 megapixel, not quite 4, and it'll kind of scan across, and so it should end up with a pretty good resolution on the final image. So but yeah, we'll see how much effort it is, but I'm gotta get started on it, and I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, it's Starfront 2 images. 2 stars I could image. Make a smaller USB plug on cable to plug into that camera. Yeah, I don't know. Some of those cables are huge. That is one thing I like about my my Player One camera. It's USB-C, so it's great. It's just single USB-C. Now I also have to have a power cable, but it also has another USB-C port on it. So my guide camera is actually daisy chained off the main imaging camera. So I just have the single cord for both cameras, which is nice. But yeah, some of the ones that have like the more traditional USB 3 connectors are, Yeah, they're chunky. All right. These are coming along nicely. Now, cosmic ray definitely has the advantage of darker skies, but holy moly. I wasn't even paying attention. But remember I mentioned you can see this, look at the drop count. 62, 31 stacked. That is not good. Let me see what it's complaining about. That's a pretty bad, it's dropping a lot. I might stop this and move on to another target since I'm dropping so much. Yeah, it says star trails. I'm gonna stop this since it's just dropping. I don't know why it says star trails. I don't see anything moving. Let me bring up the all sky camera here. Yeah, it's clear. So I don't know what's going on. So I will find another target. All right, pre-processing. I'm still trying to get the refractor back. All right. So let's look for another target. And the good thing is I can see the battery right there, so I think the moon is finally behind buildings, so that's, at least there's that. And some of the Milky Way is starting to finally rise, so like the North American Nebula is actually above the horizon, but it's like right behind a building, but it won't be for long. And actually the Crescent Nebula too. So maybe in a little bit I can try one of those. What is that? So the ring was a no-go. Wow, there is a lot starting to rise. I wonder. I'm gonna try this anyway. Okay. Let's see. Let me try going to this over here. We'll see if this works. It might be behind a building still, but we'll find out. I'm looking at Starfront. Man, it is still so many clouds there. That is such a bummer. Forgot I had a cup of water here. Let me. Well, hopefully it'll be clear tomorrow night at Starfront, but it looks like it'll be clear either here or there or both. So, can always try again. Of course, just in time for almost a full moon. Of course. Let's see. Oops. It's an interesting one. Oh. Let's see. I doubt this will work, but I'll try. Okay. I'm also kind of watching the battery, which is super handy. Just have to make sure, keep an eye on it. It's doing a second plate solve. Yeah, it might be obstructed. Let's see. Although it's close to not obstructed. Maybe. Just waiting for it to, let's see. All right. So we'll see if this works. What in the world? Why is that one star so red? And is the light pollution filter on? Yeah, it's on. Let me see. Oh, okay. So, supposedly the Crescent Nebula is right here, and actually it's starting to show up. Yeah, you can kind of see it right there. This is an artifact because it hadn't even quite cleared the building. And then I'm also... I finally got the result is kind of rough right now, but I was also trying to image the Iris Nebula, but it's nothing to write home about right now. I mean, you can see some of the nebulosity, but it's kind of underwhelming right now between the moon and the light pollution. I mean, it is using that SV Bony 240 filter, which does a pretty decent job, but that's probably a bit, maybe it was asking a bit much. Actually, maybe I'll point this at the Crescent Nebula too, because that might actually be a good test of this specific filter. So let me go. NGC 6888. Okay. All right, and let's see if this goes. Yeah, this is slowly showing up there. Should be an icon on top. Are you running into a house? It's moving away from it, actually, just very slowly. Yeah, the roof LDN. Yeah, it's a very, very dark nebula. At least I hope it's moving away from it. an icon for, yeah, that's a good idea. Very excited for the new setup. I'll be right back. I need to get some water, and I want to check on the scope. So I will be nice for your tank mount. I'm looking forward to seeing that. So I will be right back. That took a little longer than I expected. Sorry about that. Your excitement is above average. No, that's cool. The getting the materials for the mount. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah. There you go. Clouded out. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a crapshoot for me recently. But so far the conditions are holding. I ended up going outside because the mini PC locked up again. And so I went to look at it, and it was I'm not sure why it locked up, but I did notice that the skies are completely clear now, which is great here. Yeah, astrospheric isn't always accurate. Indeed, sure. Yeah, so this is, I mean, given the conditions here, it's, you know, there's only so much it can do. It's got about 10 minutes of time on it so far. And I'll keep it going a little longer. Let me see what Starfront looks like. About the same. Pretty lousy. That's what it looks like now. I mean, there are a couple of stars and the moon. That's about it. Let me see. Okay, what else? I was gonna reboot the mini PC again. Sometimes I wonder if it's is there a bug that's crashing it, or is it a thermal thing? I don't know. Which would be a problem for solar work, but let's see. All right. All right. It's just at the southern edge of the clouds. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But, oh well. It should be, it might be better tomorrow. Let me see. What does it say for tomorrow? All right. Yeah, it's actually looking like it could be better tomorrow night at Starfront. Here it looks like there'll be clouds rolling in after like 1 in the morning or so here, which is still like an hour away. And it looks like similar tomorrow evening, so it looks like it'll be clear I wonder if it's like the, let me see. No, I wonder if it's that pattern we have where clouds kind of come in overnight off the Gulf and then kind of burn off soon after the sun rises, and then it happens again the next night, because that's what it looks like. It looks like clouds from like 3 to 7 in the morning, and similar tomorrow night, which is fine because it still looks reasonable tomorrow evening. Sunday's a little bit more iffy. Yeah. But since it's been 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, I'm planning on having as many live streams, at least in the next few days, whenever there's an opportunity, just to try to image some things that I have been wanting to and haven't been able to. Someone got a Juway. Which supplier? Yeah, which one? Because there's a few sellers. Mine was like Max Geek. Yeah, I think that's what mine was. Max Geek on AliExpress. Yeah, like there's a bunch of people who have them for sale, but I think the Max Geek had the most of them, and their prices were competitive. Well, a lot of times I pick the one that's a good deal, but also had good ratings, or like I'll look at that. It's kind of like Amazon, where I won't pick like if they have terrible ratings or no ratings. Oh, nice. That's a good deal. Better deal than I got. Yeah, it's this, the crescent's finally starting to show up here. All things considered, given the, yeah, reviews and ratings. Yeah, the Max Geek one, they're the ones I'm pretty sure that's the one I used. Yeah, I think that's what it was for me. But I didn't have the coupon code, so it was like just under 1,100, I think, total. But I feel like it's a great value. I mean, it's a nice set. Seems like a decent mount. And yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Right. Yeah. I mean, I probably did all of that, but like in a couple orders. Oh, I just got a message from Starfront. They're closing the roof, which is funny. Like, it's pretty much been useless almost since they opened it. More than half off. Yeah. And it's very comparable. I mean, based on my not having used it, but based on reviews I read of it, which is why I went that route, because it seemed pretty solidly built too once I got it. Like, it was a lot more solidly built than I expected. I don't know what I was expecting though. Yeah, so Starfront is let me see if I so that was yep, it's closed. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, I got the silver. I got one in silver as well. Because I ended up going that route just because of, I don't know, the colors were, it kind of, I mean, it seemed neutral, and it went with a lot of stuff I had, which I had some silver and white and let's see. Yeah, so I was debating. I keep having issues with the oh, and it was more expensive. Yeah. There's that too. I wouldn't sometimes when the colors, different colors are different prices, I'm like, no, I'm not going to pay extra for that. Like, I want it, but not that much. Not enough to pay that much more. Let's see. Yeah, I just do not know what is going on with this mini PC. This happened last time I live streamed, where it's when I'm adjusting the histogram on when I'm on the live stack, it'll lock up, which is kind of weird. So I might not. I guess that one's a bust as well. I think if I end up imaging tomorrow night, if it ends up clear, I might not use the refractor. I might do the S30 and the local S50. So having and if it's clear at Starfront, I'll have all the Seestars running. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. It's out in the dark. Yeah, that's true. It could also be a showpiece. That's true. But yeah, I based on what's happening. Plus, if I end up, I'm going to be kind of moving some hardware around tomorrow during the day so I can use the Spectroheliograph. So I might end up, yeah, probably won't use the refractor then in the evening, because I'm thinking about using that scope or the refractor for the because I had this other Mead refractor that I was thinking of using. I need to see if I can actually do that, or if I have to use the 75Q. But if I do, I will yeah, probably will. And my plan was also to put out the Coronado hydrogen alpha scope, so I'll have both of them running. So at least, well, maybe we'll see, or I'll just use the S30 and do visible. Maybe I'll do that, because then that would be, I could do more testing of the live view. I'll do that. So I'll have white light view of the sun using the S30, and I will work on getting the other thing going. Yeah, it was funny. Well, it's been cloudy recently, or intermittent clouds at there've been a couple times at Starfront where it was clear, and either storms showed up or got closer, or there was the humidity spiked, and the roofs had opened and then they closed early, and it's happened 2 or 3 times in the last couple of weeks. So, but I knew it probably wouldn't be good all night, so I didn't bother streaming, or it was unexpected because it opened late, like around 10 or 11 p.m. And there was one night where it was open for like an hour, closed, and I was like, I had imaged one target and then went to bed, and then it reopened for like half an hour later in the evening and then closed. It's like, no, I'm not gonna, especially on the nights where I end up having some challenges getting the Seestar going, because like the alignment's off or something. And anyway, but yeah, it is definitely closed. And it wasn't clear like very long at all. Like the clouds pretty much rolled in as soon as it got dark enough to image stars, and then the roof closed. Oh well. All right. I'll go in your astronomy file. Yeah. Oh, posted Crescent Nebula in general from Reddit. Oh man, some of those end up being really really neat. Let's see. Wait. Wow. Sorry, I got distracted by yeah, it's really amazing what some people manage to get when you get a lot of time. There's you have all the red hydrogen data, but then you also get like this nice blue oxygen shell around it, which is really cool. That is cool from Reddit. Yeah, there's some really impressive photos that people share there. Yeah, I mean that one particularly. Yeah, it's very vibrant. Yeah, it's nice, and the O3, it's really cool. Did they say how much time they spent getting that? Yeah, roof is closed. So the roof was open 4 hours, but wasn't really usable. Unfortunately. Okay, I'll drop that in the chat. Just ordered a Jouet? Nice. Awesome. Congratulations, Kasagray. Yeah, I mean, I've been pretty happy with mine. $15 hours. Yeah, it's nice. Sorry, I'm just... The refractor came back, and I'm just wondering if I even bother doing anything with it, because it just keeps crashing. All right. What did I do? Huh. All right. Sorry. Nice. Well, have a good evening, Cosmic Ray. Thanks. Thanks for joining. Thanks for sharing your scope, and have a good rest of your evening. Got an image C7, C5. Nice. Nice. Well, sorry. Yeah, sorry, it's just trying to... All right, sorry. Just was looking at stuff off screen. There we go. That is Star Traveler. Let's see. Sorry, I was behind on the chat. 7 days of rain. Oh, that sucks. 4.5 inches of rain. Hi, old geezer gazing. Welcome. Thanks for joining from the UAE. A few subs to get some structure or surface brightness. That is kind of dim. Oh, the statistics of the new live view. Statistics. Which statistics? I'm sorry. My brain's it's late and I'm forgetting. Because they're Wiley Sites saw the entire version of it. He saw the version before I kind of disabled some stuff that wasn't quite ready. Interesting. So the mini PC, I wasn't kind of changing the stretch and it crashed again. So much for that theory. It just crashed on its own. So I need to investigate that. I feel like it's been, I need to see if it's a driver issue or something. I don't know. Maybe or a temperature issue. I'm not going to go past 1 tonight because I have to bring in gear from which actually, since it looks like the mini PC may have crashed again, I'm just gonna reboot it so I can park the scope and get that ready to bring back in. And I'm leaning towards that's going to be the one that's that's going to be the one that I will use for the Spectroheliograph. So that one might be offline for night viewing, which is fine anyway because there aren't a ton of targets that I like. Once the summer Milky Way kind of gets a bit higher, I'll probably want to use the refractor more for that. So, and like I say, it looks like it'll be clear during the day, and so I definitely will be doing another stream. And I don't know how long it'll last, just because I want to, I want to try to figure out how to get it all kind of working, configured. But then I'll also, yeah, that's going to be the main thing, is figuring that out. Get 2 hours until trees. Cool. Cool. I mean, that's a decent amount of time. All right. Why is this? I'm having other technical issues because I don't actually hear the sound, which is weird. Very strange. Very, very strange. All right. Let's see what's going on here. Did I get a chance to watch the Planewave video? No. it's in my backlog of I've been like so focused on coding. I mean, outside of work, besides, work during the day, I've been coding a lot in the evening, and so unfortunately I hadn't, but it is in my queue because I am kind of intrigued by the plane waves. Not in the budget anytime soon, but oh, that's cool. Yeah, because those plane waves are nice. They seem very nice. They kind of pick up where most consumer scopes end at 12-inch, 14-inch, and they kind of start in the teens and go up from there. But yeah, I know of at least 2 plane waves that are at Starfront. Maybe more. I'm sure there's more. They're in the same. Believe they're in the same building that my scope is in. Yeah, 1 meter was 650K. Yeah, value priced, but it's a full meter. It's and it's funny because like most scopes have like the standard kind of de facto standard is 55 millimeters of back focus, and they have like several hundred millimeters of back focus, so you can have like a big imaging train hung off of it. Comparable scopes for 2 million. Yeah, once you get into the when you're not measuring the scope in inches or centimeters but full meters, then yeah, the prices start really going through the roof. Yeah, that would be one of those if I won the lottery kind of things, get a scope like that. That would make for some really awesome live streams, I think. Although for $1 million or a couple of $1 million, I could launch a CubeSat, have a satellite orbital telescope. Yeah, no, that would be fun. Yeah. That would, not to mention having kind of bragging rights, like, yeah, it's like I got a 1 meter plane wave. It's like, yeah, my scope's only, it's much smaller than that, but it's in space. It's like, oh, you have your own space telescope? It's like, yeah. That would be funny. Yeah. Wonder. Red out modules with scopes. Yeah. Or, yeah. I wonder how long it'll be before it gets to that point of, you know, people have. Yeah, that would be funny. How many Trump coins would you have to buy to get Hubble when they decommission it? I like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's you said it was C5, Caldwell 5? Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, getting keeping it in orbit, and then not to mention the like ground station costs and stuff, I'm sure aren't cheap. Yeah, C5. That is, I think I have imaged that one, maybe just briefly. But it's I think that one's on my list to try again. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember when the last trip was. I know they did a couple of trips with the shuttle, so it's been a while. Like they did the initial trip to correct the optics, and I think they did some upgrade. 2006. Yeah, I don't even remember. It's all I remember is it was a long time ago. Yeah, shuttle stuff. Yeah. Yeah, they can be. I am very, very slowly getting data on the crescent. Very slowly. Well, I haven't dropped anything, so that's good. No drop frames. But man, that's going to take a lot. Oh, wow. That was later than I would have expected. May 2009? Yeah. I think I know why I don't remember that. Oh, they had 5 missions to the Hubble Space Telescope. Wow, I don't even remember that one in 2009. I think I know why I don't remember it, but it's crazy that I totally missed that. Yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, it's not like a super narrow one. And it's multi-frequency, so yeah. Wow. So they had two new instruments in 2009, the Cosmic Origins Spectrograph and the Wide Field Camera 3. They also replaced the fine guide sensors, 6 gyros, and 2 battery units. They installed a thermal blanket. Yeah, and a soft capture mechanism that would aid in the safe deorbiting. Wow. Oh. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I think so. I think it's worth, but it probably won't. Yeah. C5. Yeah, see, some of those call wall objects are quite dim. Yeah, it's actually doing well. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, 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 exactly. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how long. We'll see what happens. Because yeah, if they boosted it to a higher orbit until, you know, they could even kind of mothball it, as it were. I'm gonna find a different target. Yeah. Yeah. China sparred from the ISS. Well, they have their own now too, which I did get. That was one of the few one of the few one of the few imaging sessions I've had. I was doing it on Discord recently, and I managed to image one target, and something like went through the field of view, but it would look much brighter than the average satellite. Turned out it was the Chinese space station went through. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. The lunar station. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what, if any of that ends up happening now. The way things. Who knows? Who knows? Let's see, how bad does this look if I zoom all the way in? Yeah, it's pretty, can zoom pretty far in. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And the thing that I've said this many times, that I don't get. Yeah. Senate wants to save Artemis. The one thing I don't get, I don't even know if I want to get into it, but as far as Mars goes, like, whatever happened to the whole, there might be some life on Mars? Like, it could be microbial, or, has that ever been fully ruled out? Because I thought we still sterilize landers that go to Mars. So how exactly would that work, sending humans there? I don't know. I guess I haven't been keeping track of it enough to know what the answer to that is. So it is something I've wondered. Because like we've deorbited. Yeah, but again, I like, are we still sterilizing probes to Mars? Because I know we did it in the past, and I know that's like in the case of Jupiter and Saturn. That's why they deorbited Galileo and Cassini, because they weren't sterilized, and there was a concern that if there's like spores on it, that if it lands, that have crashed into Europa or something, or Titan. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's because I remember that being an open question, and in all the discussion I've seen of Mars in recent years, that wasn't even addressed. So I just was kind of curious. I mean, it is highly likely that there's nothing there, but have we rolled it in? Okay. So how would that work with humans? I'm just curious. I mean, I have a feeling I know the answer. It's like they're just ignoring that. But I don't know. bleaching spacesuits. I think of a few humans that need to be sterilized. That's funny. Yeah, exactly. There's no way to ensure. It's absolutely zero way. I don't know. I don't know. And of course, it could work both ways. Sample return. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I shouldn't say maybe. Even if they do a sample return, it doesn't mean it's doesn't mean it would be conclusive necessarily. I mean, LV 224, latest plan from Elon is crazy. I won't get into that, but again, I guess that's the whole, I guess, thing that bugs me about the talk about Mars is I guess I haven't heard anything where anybody said, oh yeah, well we just don't care or something. Like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe, but even before I've like all the talk of Mars, sending people to Mars. I don't know. I just need no, but I mean, even before, like, people have talked about Mars for years, but I never see, like, I feel like that kind of just gets brushed aside, like, oh, we're just going to go to send humans to Mars. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's like they're focused on the target without, yeah, I don't know. It's like not thinking it through all the way. I don't know. Maybe he needs way more ketamine. Most star systems are binary. Lobster fin from the 70s. But yeah, I just I don't get that. It seems like a fairly fundamental thing that should be being talked about if we're serious about doing it, you know. It's space. It's sort of especially okay, nice. But yeah, I mean, he isn't the first one to talk about Mars, but I feel like ever since there's been this open question about is there life on Mars, I think sending human talk of sending humans seems premature. Whole course forward contamination. Yeah, that's true. And I saw something where it said somebody some paper or something, or maybe it was, I don't know if they based on a simulation that Jupiter used to be a lot bigger. Oh, government employee or contractor to have a course on dealing with contaminations. Yeah, Venusians. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It just seems, yeah. Like I say, in the case of Mars, it seems rather premature. I don't know. And that's not even like saying, okay, who cares if there's bacterial life or something. But then, yeah, yeah. Well, I had seen something where they were saying, what was it? What was the context? Was it related to outer space? The concern that if there was life with different, is it isomers using different handedness of things, it could cause issues. Like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there have been speaking of premature, yeah, a few of those things where they're like, well, and then the problem is it gets hyped up, just like a lot of things. Just like, I mean, less potentially earth-shattering things where it's like the parade of planets or whatever, you know, it like that stuff gets way overhyped. So whenever it's like, oh, we found a biochemical signature or we found a chemical signature in a exoplanet that's like that could be life, or we might not understand it. It's like, yeah, well, okay, you might not understand it, but the way it ends up, kind of like a game of telephone, before you know it, it's like, we found life around this exoplanet. It's like, no, we didn't. There was a question about like spectra from a remote planet, but that doesn't mean it's life. But who knows? Maybe eventually it'll be like, it could end up being one of those things where either it's, well, it could be a variety of things. It could be like, oh, it's actually rare, or it could end up being like, it's actually everywhere. Like, it's in Europa, and it's in Callisto, and there's stuff on Titan, and, you know, but who knows? It will become more clear with time, hopefully, but yeah, a lot of it's very premature. And then, yeah, you take an announcement of something that might even be a pre publication article, and then it ends up going through the hype train. Yeah, I mean, the whole, like, what is it, that the scale, but who knows, maybe it turns out there's the whole, what was it, Fermi paradox, maybe there's some natural gates that make it rare. Yeah, not Kardashian. Kardashev. But yeah, it's like I say, it might end up being something where there's certain, it could be that, yeah, we just don't know. I mean, it could be common, or it might be there's certain things that turn out to be very unlikely. Like, there was life on Earth for a while before we got, or there was life on Earth, and then certain time elapsed before we got multicellular life, and then it was only much more recently that we got vertebrates, like the last, like 90% of Earth's history, we didn't have vertebrates, and then it was, you know, we have, you know, intelligent primates on this planet, but, you know, that might not have never happened. That might not have ever happened if an asteroid hadn't hit the Yucatan 60 million years ago, or maybe it would have. Maybe it would have been intelligent reptiles, but maybe not. Maybe it was just a series of improbable events that led us to this moment. And maybe it's common. Maybe it is, intelligent life is common, or maybe it's uncommon, and we're intelligent but not intelligent enough to realize how uncommon it is. We destroy everything again. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I mean, there's, the whole filters, great filters. There's some kind of filter. And then there was something, like, I was reading, it was like completely unrelated, where it was talking about the composition of the Milky Way itself, and how was it stars further into the Milky Way have lower metallicity, and stars further out had higher metallicity. And so does it require a star to have? But then we found exoplanets around older stars, so I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to say. But that does remind me, I was one of the videos that I still want to make at some point is kind of a more like a produced, as it were, video, not a live video of as opposed to a live stream of the Across the Universe video with some different targets. So it would be a different video, but that was one thing I was kind of researching for that, was kind of drilling down further into certain events in Earth's past. And yeah, like as I was going through some of that, I did start thinking about the Fermi paradox, and how maybe, yeah, I think I wouldn't be surprised if it's time, but I also think some of the filters are just like, there's just something improbable. Like maybe there's no, like, is there really, if evolution applies in other places, which I have no reason to think it wouldn't, is there any evolutionary advantage for intelligent life? Like, could it be you don't get past, like, herd animals and maybe even hunter-gatherer civilizations, and that's it? Like, is there really an advantage to technical civilizations that can even, leave the planet? Maybe not. Galactic habitable zone. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's definitely, yeah. That's a very deep thought there. But yeah, like, really, is there, I mean, like, if there was, okay, here's a possible argument for it. If it was such a great advantage, why hasn't it happened with other species? Why aren't there more species besides us that have higher levels of intelligence on Earth? Like, maybe we're just a fluke. You know? I mean, there's social, like if you look at other primates, you know, they have some traits, but not. But again, yeah, like why haven't there been more species that have made that kind of jump? So maybe there isn't any advantage, in which case, yeah, maybe it's, and if anything, actually, it's a bit of a liability. Like our head size is kind of a liability from a, like, humans, like, yeah, we generally are limited to only one child or two children at a time. So yeah, maybe it's actually more downside than upside. Yeah. Yeah. Dunning-Kruger. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they definitely showed some. I mean, like if you compare Neanderthals to other primates, it definitely much more advanced. So like, yeah, maybe the we were too aggressive. Yeah, so they lost maybe. Yeah. I mean, what was it? I was like in 2001: A Space Odyssey, where the book and the movie, where the aliens, yeah, the Dawn of Man sequence. Yeah. But yeah, it'll be I don't know. But I do think there might not be any advantage, so maybe that's why we don't. The revenge. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, maybe it just ends up being rare. Because that's the other thing. Like, even if it happens, yeah, maybe the signal's just too weak. But maybe there aren't any other technical civilizations out there. Was it David Brin or Greg Bear, the sci-fi authors, where they did the Uplift Wars, that intelligent life was always kind of uplifted, like kind of evolved into higher intelligence, and that yeah, that difference, that all intelligent life had been kind of uplifted from kind of less like non-intelligent life. And in the series, I remember, what was it? I think it was like humans had it wasn't clear if humans had been uplifted or just kind of naturally, like secretly uplifted by some alien species, or if we just kind of had naturally evolved, and it had caused some. Anyway, it was an interesting series of books, The Uplift Wars. Smell humans. Yeah. Yeah, we might be doomed. New Overlords Futurama style. Yeah. Sorry, I'm distracted because there's a bug on the wall. I don't know what it's doing in here. Megan or Sarah Connors were displeased. What was it I saw? Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. What was it? Was it? Where did I see that recently? It was. Oh my gosh, let me find that. Speaking of Sarah Connor. Let me see if I can find that. It was pretty funny. Let's see. Sorry. Looking through some old messages. Where was that? No. Sorry, I'm just looking around for. Okay. Oh. Yeah, this let me this one. Oops. Sarah Connor watching you use AI for everything. Yeah, like that. What was another one? Oh, this one. This was another one. This was another one about being nice to the AIs. That was, oh man. It's like, not this guy. He always said thank you 10 years ago. Great answer, thank you. So be nice to him. Anyway. That was some random AI, oops. Yeah. Timeline, we ended back. Guns N' Roses. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Nice. Welcome back, Astro Chris. Yeah, I'm. It's the Crescent Nebula, and Star Traveler has below M51 going. Rockus Pascalis, Tree 3 ending. Yeah, I do like the one with where the robots are grab the guy and they're like, no, not this one. He always said thank you. Yeah, I like that one. So always be nice to the AIs. But yeah, this will probably be my last target for tonight. The crescent. I'm just kind of letting it go. It's been going for over an hour. Oh, hello, Seiko. I won't end the stream in the next 20 minutes then. I'll keep it going. Let me see. When does this? Yeah, that would be rough. It's kind of like shows up. Oh, it's time to end the stream. So this has been going for an hour and a half on the crescent. Although, let me see if there's something else that might be up further now that I could image that might be interesting. I mean, I could try the Sator region, or actually the North American nebula's up now. Could do the Veils, maybe up high enough where I could get it. What's that one? I see these nebulas and I'm like, what is that one? Flying Dragon Nebula? That's an interesting one. Elephant's trunk? Maybe I do. Maybe I should. Or maybe. Let me see. Just looking at fields of view here to see if it would be worth going to like the North American Nebula. That seems a little small. I mean, not small, but I'd have to do mosaic. I don't want to do mosaic. Could do maybe I'll try this. Maybe I will, or maybe I'll just keep it going. And I'll do that. Maybe I'll do a different target tomorrow evening. Like one thing I wanted to try imaging, actually I could have done it tonight, was the Tulip Nebula. I'll do that tomorrow if it's clear. Okay. You're yeah, okay, time to go. Hello, is anyone there's in charge there? Yeah, Skynet. Flying Dragon, yeah. No, it's that's Star Traveler's Galaxy. Mine is the Crescent here. Yeah, that's Star Traveler's Refractor, much bigger focal length. I should look at that Chinese dragon. I mean, not Chinese dragon, the flying dragon. Let's see. Actually, if I had done the alignment a little differently, I could have gotten a bit more in with that tulip. I mean the crescent. But yeah, this flying dragon, that could be interesting. Maybe I'll do... It might be another night. Although that looks really faint. That looks really faint. That might be more of a Starfront target. Because I'm looking at it in Stellarium, and it a lot of the catalogs, it looks really faint. Yep. Catpaw, LDN 1251. Let me check. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. That's really cool. And that might be... Yeah, what the heck? I'll see. It might not even be visible, but let's... I mean, as far as without an obstruction, but let's try that. Of course, then the trick is how to get to it. Okay. Alright. Where is it approximately? Okay. Because the problem I'm running into is... Okay, where... What is that one? Yeah, please bear with me while I try to figure out what is nearby that I could try. 7822. Oh, okay. That is so where is this relative to where I want to be? Okay. And this is why I need to fix my my ALP, because I can't actually move to places. Hold on a second. Dragon's a signal. Yeah, it's good. So the galaxy, that's actually not mine, but someone on the Discord server is it's M51, Messier 51, and it's M51B, which is the I think is the designation for the satellite. It's after 1. Going to bed. Okay. Good night, Wiley Sight. Have a good evening. Thanks for joining. I'm trying to use the okay. Trying to use this the app to figure out where this is. And having a bit of a tricky time because I can't even see it. Which star is that? Oh, maybe it's that one. Two, 1, 4, 7. Yep, I found it. Okay, so all right, cool. Let me go to that. Gravy. Ouch. All right. Thanks for joining, Turf. And have a good rest of your evening. Okay, so it's let's see. Let's see if it's identifying. And so I will shortly find out. Okay, cool. It's not behind a building, so that's encouraging. So we'll see how this turns out. Oh, and I just noticed I'm down to 10% battery. 9%. So I might not be able to image much longer anyway. This is an interesting one, though. Maybe I'll try it. I think I should try it with the light pollution filter. Let's try that. Oh, and it's what's frustrating is like I can't search for the target, but now that I'm imaging it, it says the catalog name, the LDN. Okay. Yeah. I'll let this go for a bit longer until battery starts draining more. I have a feeling it's going to struggle here. Definitely would be a good target to try it from Starfront. Working on any actual videos. I started scripting one, actually a couple of them, which is further than progress than I had had been making. And I had resolved to make at least one this month, just to try to start doing that again. And I think the one I was going to probably focus on first is, of the two, has to do with photo processing, because I've been doing, because I did some videos on it, but it's been a while, and there's a lot of tools that have either come out or gotten much better, like free tools. And I had spent a bit of the last couple of weeks working on some new scripts for Cyril in Python, since that's like a new thing in 1.4. But I've seen a few others, but none of them have kind of done it, or are not doing exactly what I'm trying to go for, which is to strike a different balance between control but also simplicity. Mostly because I'm so, I guess part of it was for my own purposes, that I'm like so far behind on like reprocessing all of my old photos, that I'm kind of been wanting to build something that would make that easier, all the steps that I would normally go through. So that was probably going to be the primary one I was going to start with. Yeah, that the results he's getting off that are really nice. It's someone who's on Dave on another Discord server. Okay, good. Thanks for dropping in. Mashed potatoes and gravy galaxy. Nice. But yeah, that's kind of the plan. Speaking of plans, like I was saying earlier, I'm definitely planning on doing another live stream tomorrow night if it's clear, which it looks like it will be. Also going to be doing, hamburger. Yeah, no, not that conversation again. I'm going to start getting hungry. But I want to do a live stream during the day with the Spectroheliograph. So I'm kind of leaning towards not, it's not getting me hungry. I'm leaning towards not going too much longer. Just because, like I say, I think this target will be an interesting one, but I think it's something I would have to do from Starfront. And, but milk chocolate bun. It's the other thing is tomorrow night, if I live stream, I'm probably not going to use the Refractor, since that kind of ended up being somewhat of a bust tonight. So I'll probably use the both Seestars. Oh, nice. It's not close to the moon. The problem is it's a really faint target, and I put on the light pollution filter, but I think it might be too much, and it's really faint. This is the kind of thing I would do at Starfront when the moon isn't up, but it's not. I think it would take a lot to get a good image. Nice. Yes, stop talking about intergalactic food. Yeah. Oh yeah, and plus my that scope's about to run out of power, so let me see. I should probably go ahead. Did I end up rebooting? I ended up rebooting, so I need to park the telescope, the all sky, yeah. So let's go. Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean it's clear and the moon is kind of a little further down. Let me see. All right. All right. I'm parking the scope. All right, I think it is parked. Let's see. Cool. All right, so yeah, I think that's not going to do much. I mean, it looks like an interesting target, but I think it's going to just take a lot of time. Like this is the target that Seiko had recommended. Like that's a really cool nebula, but I just, yeah, I think it might be too much for my heavy light pollution here. So let me see what else. Let me see what else. Let's see what. Oh, sorry. Cool. Let me see if there's anything else that's up that I can end up kind of yeah, because like the Milky Way is now getting much higher. It's actually the whole Milky Way is now above the building. The buildings behind me. Nice. Yeah. It's definitely looks like a really interesting one. I'll have to try that from Starfront. That might be a good one. There's a lot of good a lot of good candidates out there right now. I'm looking forward to soon when, in upcoming weeks when this is up earlier in the sky, there'll be so many targets to image, both here and at Starfront. You know, I haven't imaged, you know, maybe I'll just do something simple and the Veil Nebula, just because it should work nicely, and I haven't imaged it with S30. I've only imaged it with S50. I won't be able to image for very long. I'm down to 6% battery. So let's see. I should have plugged it in when I was downstairs earlier. Yeah. No, thanks for joining, and I'll see you next time. But thanks. Have a good rest of your evening. Cygnus should be. Yeah. Yeah, it's let's see. Okay. Oops. All right. I am starting that. And let's. But yeah, tomorrow too. I plan on. I might make some changes to the. Not changes, but additions to the web interface for the new. For the new kind of ALP interface, to see if I can actually add some of the controls for it. Like maybe go to target, maybe even, I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, one thing it sometimes doesn't properly. Oh, there it goes. That's what I was trying to do. It doesn't properly get the aspect ratio, so it ends up cutting off some of the image. But you can already start to see some of the veil here. It's very faint, but you can start seeing it. It's slowly getting some data. I mean, again, heavy light pollution does not help. All right. Yeah, so that's how much. I wonder how much longer I'll be able to go. It's at 5% battery, so probably not much longer. Maybe I'll let it get down to 3% battery and then stop it and call it a night. Since again, I plan on doing a couple more of these at least this weekend. I mean, including day and night live streams. Yeah, it's almost done. No, this is I stopped LDN 1251, and actually now I'm on the Veil. Because I wasn't seeing anything, and I do think once I get to like if I did that from Starfront, I think I would get some results, but probably not that quickly. It seems still kind of faint. Yeah, and I've imaged the Veil, but not with the S30. So I was kind of curious how the field of view compares. I mean, this is the East Veil, so. But yeah, it's so far it's I'm seeing some detail and like the beginning of some colors even. So that's cool. Yeah. I mean with that you'd be able to get like the whole thing, whereas I'd have to do mosaic for that, which I probably will, although I might do it from Starfront just on a darker night. They were saying that like last summer they had stretches of like 30 nights where it was clear, over 30 nights where it was clear, and I'm like, yeah, if they have that would be awesome. But I'm not going to do a live stream every night. I don't think I could handle that. But I just have to get automation going. Maybe that'll be, yeah. Some other plans I have for the next gen ALP, but yeah, we'll see how that goes. I think I said once I get to 3%, I'm gonna wrap it up, and it's close. It's at 4%. We're up to only one dropped frame, 31. I mean, the conditions aren't ideal. It's still pretty low, the Veil right now. So getting anything is always positive. Yeah, definitely. I'm starting to see some color there, so that's cool. Yeah, but yeah, I think it's at 3%. So yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap it up now. Thanks everybody for joining. Like I say, I'll be doing another live stream tomorrow evening. Assuming it's clear here or at Starfront, which it probably will be, and if not, maybe I'll have one anyway, just to go over all the software that I barely was able to talk about. But before then, solar live stream, hopefully middle of the day today. or Saturday, with the Spectroheliograph. Hopefully that all comes together. But yeah, so keep an eye out for that. Thanks for joining. It's been way too long. Hopefully I'll have some more consistent clear skies here. And thanks for Astro Chris for the super chat, and thanks for Cosmic Ray and Star Traveler for sharing their scopes on stream. I always appreciate it. And I think I will leave it at that, and hopefully see you in the next one. Good night.